Hello! Today we are going to be playing more Pokemon Colosseum. And as for the 4 people who followed before, while we were on the stream starting soon screen, thank you for following, assuming you aren't bots. Sorry to doubt you a bit, but your names aren't really readable, and there have been a lot of bots going around on Twitch lately. So if you're humans, thank you for the follows. We are actually going to be starting off at Mount Battle, so I'm going to head on over there. We'll do the shiny hunting half of the stream as the second half. The reason for that is it will just be easier for us because we are likely going to end up doing a bit of the shiny hunting off stream, just so that we actually get it at some point. The odds of the shiny actually showing up are just really low, that if we keep on only doing it on stream, it will take a really long time to get. So, off to Mount Battle. I spent a bit of time thinking about what way to do this would be the most efficient, and what I'm actually going to do is I am just going to be using Entei and Suicune for the Mount Battle, and have them both be the leads. And the shadow Pokemon that we're trying to purify at the same time, we will try not to use them. By leading with both Fen and Vivian, we should be able to get more XP on them and make it so that we can just get through Mount Battle a lot easier, because it was getting very difficult at the end last time. And since we purified Heracross and aren't going to be bringing it with us, just bringing Fen and Vivian up first just should help us to assure that we can keep going and not lose. But after thinking about it a little bit, I think I am going to bring Heracross. Right now, what we're focusing on mostly is XP on Vivian and Fen. While it is going to be useful to purify the shadow Pokemon, there's more efficient ways to do that afterwards. So I'll just be working on trying to clear Mount Battle the first time, before getting into trying to purify the shadow Pokemon. This should do. And we have the EXP share. Oh no, I just selected new challenge, didn't I? We have the EXP share on Vivian, and Vivian going out first, which makes Vivian gain a lot more extra EXP. Here we go. Oh, finally a challenger has reached these lofty heights. This is it, Area 9. Let's see some passion. Athlete Dobell. Girafarig and Ninjask. As soon as the Ninjask gets off a speed boost, it's going to be faster than us. And with a sword stance, which we'll probably use, it's going to be a bit dangerous. Fen should be able to outspeed it and take it down fairly easily. But yeah, I'll do that. And Surf should afterwards be able to hit both the Girafarig and whatever they send out in place of the Ninjask. The levels of the opponents have pretty much caught up to our own. And since the only Pokemon we have that are really usable in our party are Fen and Vivian, we need to play this really efficiently, or else we could lose a battle pretty easily here. Especially since Vivian doesn't do all that much damage. I think the Zangoose will probably do a lot of damage, so I'll focus on taking it out next. Psybeam doesn't do all that much. We might not be higher leveled than them, but we do still have legendary stats backing us up. Dodrio next. I feel like we should still focus down the Dodrio before turning our attention to the Girafarig. Actually, the Dodrio should be flying type, so an Aurora Beam would do a lot of damage to it, and Fen can finish off the Girafarig at the same time. Something I should have done before we started was pick up the Ice Beam TM for Vivian. But I didn't think about that. I'm pretty sure we have enough battle coupons saved up at this point that we could get it. I will have to wait until after this area though. And with this we can finish off the Dodrio. And that should also be another level for Fen. $56 and 1,300 XP on Vivian is really good. The challenger is victorious. How far can this challenger go? I'll enjoy tracking his progress. Next up is 82. Hi, welcome. Want to know the secret behind attracting girls? Anyway. Breloom and Sharpedo. My first thought was to focus down the Breloom, because we have two Pokemon that would be super effective against it. But the Sharpedo is a water type, which is super effective against Fen. We need to get that off the field as quickly as possible. I don't believe it gets access to Water Absorb, so Surf, even if it doesn't do much to either of the opponents, should be a little bit of extra damage that might just be enough to take out the Sharpedo along with Fen. Not going to do enough. Agility. Okay, that's good. That means it hasn't actively attacked yet. That does nothing to Breloom, but it does do enough to Sharpedo that another Surf will finish it off, which frees up Fen to take out the Breloom. We're attacking anyway, so the taunt is a wasted turn. It could have gone really badly for Fen if it used a water type attack, but we got a bit lucky there. Breloom goes down, and whatever they send out next is going to take a Surf. 51 on Vivian. Missed. I don't think that's going to be good. Camera. Okay, the Surf's going to do a good chunk of damage to that. And we'll also finish off the Sharpedo. Nearly an OK. This should be the last Pokemon they have. A Surf paired with a Fire Blast should be enough to finish it off. Flamethrower even, I think. Fortress goes down. And then that just leaves the camera up to be taken out by a Surf. That's not what I wanted to teach you. Oh well. I should have been teaching you the secret of battling. Wahaha. I'm pretty sure it's clear he doesn't know either. Hi, I've heard rumors about how strong you are. Let's see if those rumors are true. Glasses Man, Moit. Banette and Magneton. The Magneton should go down easily to Fen, and Vivian can start racking up damage on the Banette. Flamethrower on Magneton and Surf. And on the off chance the Magneton has Sturdy, which I think it has access to, the Surf should finish it off. It didn't have it though. I'm not entirely sure it gets Sturdy, but I think it might. Surf is not going to do much to Mantine. Far from not do much, it healed up the Mantine, or at least it would have if it had been damaged at all. Which means we need to switch to Aurora Beam. The Mantine could do some serious damage to us. So let's focus on the Aurora Beam on the Mantine. The Shadow Ball from the Banette did a lot, but a water type attack from Mantine could finish off Fen. So we'll focus all of our damage this turn on taking that Mantine out of the battle. That didn't do much. But as long as Fen survives this turn, which I'm not confident about. A Shadow Ball is likely to finish Fen off, and even if it doesn't with that reduced speed, then we'll probably faint next turn before we can finish them off. This is why I brought Heracross. We would stand no chance of winning this if we didn't have Heracross here. Actually, I need to check to see what Reversal does. I never see that move, so... more damage to lower the HP. Brick Break and Aurora Beam. It is also a flying type, so I don't want to risk it using any flying type moves on Heracross. Not quite enough to KO. And Heracross is going to faint here. Oh, that only did half? That is really good on Heracross's part. And the Shadow Ball went to Vivian, which will prolong Heracross being on the field. The lowered special defense is an inconvenient proc, though. Brick Break on Mantine because it's not going to be able to affect the Banette. And I am going to use Aurora Beam also on Mantine. Actually, I'll aim the Aurora Beam at Banette. I couldn't use Surf there because on the chance that the Quick Claw Vivian has procced like it just did, it would have healed up the Mantine and we wouldn't have gotten the KO. Mantine goes down, leaving the Banette and one more Pokemon that is yet to be seen. 48 on Heracross. Whiscash. I don't think it has Water Absorb, so we should be fine going back to Surf. Heracross will go down next turn. Not quite enough to finish off Banette. And did almost nothing to Whiscash. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that Heracross is going down this turn. Which means it's going to take a little bit longer to take out Whiscash, but a Surf should be enough to finish off the Banette. The Whiscash hasn't attacked yet, so I'll send out Makihita to faint in place of one of the other two. The strength is probably going to Oko. Critical hit, Oko'd. Yep. Next up is Skiploom. Sleep Powder to put the Whiscash to sleep, and a Surf to finish off the Banette. Crit on the Banette even though we really didn't need it. That's going to take 2 to 3 more Surfs to finish off. Sleep Powder hits. With the Whiscash asleep, we should be able to rack up a bit of damage. Shadow Rush and We can go with Aurora Beam because that should be neutral and will probably be enough to actually take it out here. Not quite enough. Attack fell. That's good for if it wakes up. And Hyper Mode on Skiploom, which will help us purify it faster. The Aurora Beam should finish off the Wish Cache and we'll be able to move on to the next battle. $52 on Vivian. Devastating. I think as far as leveling up goes, Fen and Vivian, we should try to aim to get to level 70. That way Vivian can learn Calm Mind, which is pretty important to making its set work better. The rumors about you were true, it seems. Why are there so many rumors about us here? I'm famous around these parts. Call me the headband dude. Why? I'm pretty sure he's not wearing a headband. Yeah, he's not wearing a headband. Raichu and Lombre, both horrible matchup. Well, the Raichu is a horrible matchup for Vivian, and the Lombre is a horrible matchup for Fen. Actually, Lombres have a pretty big tendency in this game to set up a rain dance before attacking, so it should be possible to just take out the Raichu before it becomes a problem. And not worry about the Lombre taking out Fen first turn. Critical hit, O-code the Raichu. Let's hope for a better matchup than the next Pokemon. Electrode. Nope, not a better matchup. Not much damage done to either of them either. The Rain Dance prediction was wrong. That did damage, but not as much as I would have expected. We can afford to Flamethrower the Electrode, and then I'd say Aurora Beam the Lombre. Electrode outspeeds with its ridiculous speed stat. Flamethrower will hopefully take it out here, though. Not quite. No. Okay, so the spark from the Electrode I don't think will be enough to KO Fen here. So I'm going to go with a Stomp on Lombre and a Surf to take out the Electrode and do just a tiny bit of damage to Lombre. Okay, the spark went on to Vivian. We're good for now. Except for the paralysis. Stomp, not enough to bring down the Lombre. Vivian didn't get unable to move because of paralysis, luckily. Electrode goes down, and hopefully Lombre is to follow. Just enough to take down both of them with their low health. Altaria. That looks like a perfect Pokemon to use Aurora Beam on. It resists fire, so we'll Stomp from Fen. And between the two attacks, it should... It looks like it's probably going to take 2 turns to take out. Not enough to KO it. Hopefully paralysis doesn't proc. Not quite enough to KO, but Fen should be able to land a stomp before it finishes Fen off, and that will be game. Whoa. Drat, I was thinking about why I couldn't get anything to work. I'd forgotten my headband. Well, I did point that out. So, I guess the devs realized that was a bit too ridiculous, too. You should get out of that long coat and into something more comfortable for working out. Bodybuilder Ritako. Crawdaunt and Octillery. A lot of Pokemon that are strong against Fen, which is really inconvenient. Out of the 2 of them, Crawdaunt I believe has better physical attack, so I'll focus down the Octillery who has a better special. I don't think either of them have Water Absorb. That's not gonna bring him down very fast. Hardly anything. And luckily enough to bring it down to half health. Fen is flinched. Yes, Octillery flinched. That means that Fen will last long enough for us to finish off the Octillery. After that, Fen is absolutely fainting, though. Octillery goes down. Crawdaunt is going to finish off Fen. Wait, why did it not say the Octillery fainted? I don't want to waste Heracross yet. That has to be exactly 1 HP, right? That's inconvenient. At the very least, Makihita being so weak on the field will probably attract the aggro of the Crawdaunt. Huntail, another water type. Critical hit, Makihita goes down as expected. I'll save Heracross. I feel like whittling them down as much as possible first is going to help. Sleep Powder, if that can land on Huntail, it will be big. Surf will do just a little more chip damage to Crawdaunt. Nice grip. There goes Skiploom. And time for Flaffy to also go down. They both did a decent job of buying time, but that's about it. I'm really going to have to rely on Heracross to be able to do some damage here. Even if it's not going down fast, the Crawdaunt is going down eventually to the surfs, so I'm going to focus on the Huntail for now. About 2 more surfs to take Crawdaunt out. The Brick Break, I hope that does decent damage. 1 more of those will finish off the Huntail if we don't go down here, which is possible. We should be fine for this turn. We're fine for now. 1 more Brick Break will finish off the Huntail, and Surf will do half of the remaining HP of Crawdaunt. Then the last Pokemon for them to win would have to outstall Vivian, which shouldn't be possible. Huntail goes down. Golduck. We should be fine. The Waterfall is definitely going to KO Heracross though, which means it's down to just Vivian. A Surf will bring it down to just the Golduck on the opposite side. So now it's just a matter of who can win the war of attrition. With luck, the Crawdaunt fainting here will be enough XP for Vivian to get another level, which will just give us a little bit more of an edge on this outstalling. Because we're under-leveled, and we can't do any damage, but we can take it. That didn't do much. Special defense fell. That is horrible. It never sees any competitive use, so what does Leer lower? Defense, not useful for us. With our special defense fallen, we need every edge we can get, which means we need to Rain Dance to get more power out of our Surfs. The Psychic's going to do more damage because of our lowered special defense. Let's go for a Surf. Not very effective, but that did a lot more damage. Psychic. We can take 1 more Psychic as long as it doesn't crit. And 2 Surfs will finish off Golduck. There, just barely in. And then the last Surf will win us the game. That battle was a really close call. Our team doesn't do well against water types. Aw, that's an upset. If I remember right, did the Mount Battle have a Psychic TM? Let me check the TM list real quickly. Mount Battle does have a Psychic TM. Unfortunately, Suicune does not learn Psychic. I would really like it if Suicune had better coverage than it currently does. Will wearing a coat like that make me a better trainer? No. Please take a good look at my hot or red hot battling. Okay. There's not much extra coverage Suicune can get. It only gets special attacking moves of the types water, ice, and bite, which is dark, but I don't think there's a move relearner in this game. Flamethrower on the Bellossom should take it out. There's not much we can do about the Gorbis, though. So, Surf. The Gorbis is going to do massive damage to Fen again. That wasn't enough to KO. Luckily we use Surf, which will finish it off. Looking at this, the only other special attacking move Vivian has access to is Mirror Coat, which is not exactly what we're looking for. It also seems that I was wrong about it learning Calm Mind at 70. It's actually 81, which I don't think we're going to get up to. Stomp on the Gorbis should do some damage at least, and we can go with Surfs to kind of augment that a little bit extra. Earthquake, oh no, that's gonna be a Fen. That paired with the attack incoming from Gorbis. Fen is going down. The Earthquake luckily took Gorbis down enough so that we should be able to finish it off fairly easily with one more Surf next turn. It went with Amnesia. Okay, we're safe. Special defense sharply rose. Surf's no longer going to be enough to take it out. But the Miltank is a bigger problem, because that Earthquake's going to hit again, and that's going to hit hard. Gorbis we can take out in one more turn. The problem with Miltank is it gets thick fat, which makes it resist fire-type moves. I'm not sure if it has that or its other ability, but I'm going to play it safe and use Stomp to get the most damage we can. That didn't do much. We're going to need Heracross's fighting-type moves to finish it off. We use Body Slam to finish off Fen. I can almost guarantee that the Gorbis is going to attack Fen, so I'll throw in the Makuhita in its place to make sure that Heracross doesn't take a hit instead. Miltank's going down slowly but surely. Gorbis went down because of crit though, so that was lucky. Saves us a turn. Ampharos, that's not good for Vivian. That Body Slam's going to take out Makuhita. Ability. Static. I wasn't sure if it got it, but I was kind of hoping for Volt Absorb. Volt Absorb would make it really powerful, actually. I don't think Flaffy normally has access to it, though, so it was just wishful thinking. With luck, that will be aimed at Flaffy and not Vivian. Flaffy resisted it. The Surf will take down Mill, maybe not. Well, the Surf will still take down Miltank, but Fluffy is down. Decent damage to Vivian. Hopefully that will take out the Ampharos. Good. That should be good XP for Vivian. 2,300. And Heracross to finish things off. Well, I'm pretty sure Vivian will finish it off before Heracross gets a chance, though. Not quite enough for another level on Vivian. Did you get a good look at my Red Hot battle? If you call it a Red Hot battle, that would more or less imply you have fire types, which you don't. I didn't read what she said. Despite the way I look, I've done more or way more training than you. I don't believe it. Well, in this game specifically, yeah, probably. They have more high-level Pokemon than us. Okay, so Skarmory, a flamethrower should handle it, but Skarmory gets access to Sturdy, I believe, so Surf will finish it off if it doesn't faint from this attack. It didn't have Sturdy, luckily. $54 on Vivian. Shiftry. A fire or a flamethrower should finish that off pretty easily. That Confuse Ray. That might make things a little bit harder. Flamethrower on Shiftry and Aurora Beam to deal some decent damage to Xatu. Flamethrower luckily hits. And Shiftry goes down before it can do any damage. Right on. A Surf from Vivian will do most of its health. That wasn't quite enough to finish off Xatu. Psychic lands a decent hit on Fen. Now, Fire Blast and a Surf will hopefully be enough to one-turn the Rhyhorn. We hit ourselves, so we're not landing the Fire Blast. The Rhyhorn will probably finish off Fen here, then. Myoko did it. That works. And the Surf will also take out Xatu. That turn went a lot smoother than I expected. Why? Even if you train more, we have better Pokemon. Does this mean I need more training? No, it means you need to catch a pair of legendaries. Well, more training would definitely help too. I'm battling with the Pokemon my Papa gave me. What Pokemon did your Papa give you? Weezing and Muck. I am not entirely sure those are good Pokemon to give a kid. Flamethrower on Wheezing and a Surf on both of them. Wheezing should be a little bit less tanky than Muck. With luck, the Surf will do half of the Wheezing's remaining HP. Yep, so we can finish off Wheezing with a Surf next turn and focus Fenn's attention on the Muck. That was a lot of damage. Acid Armor? Defense rose sharply. Not a problem. We are special attackers. Flamethrower will hopefully do a bit of damage. The Surf should put it into KOing range for next turn. We'll just need to hit it with a Surf and a Flamethrower next turn to assure it goes down. Ooh, critical hit. We no longer need to land a Surf on it. If they send out something weak to Vivian, we can focus on it instead. Like an Altaria, which is 4 times weak to Aurora Veil. Aurora Beam. Flamethrower should finish off Muck, and Aurora Beam. I'm not expecting it to OHKO or anything, but it should do at least a third of Altaria's HP. I'd really like it if it did a half of Altaria's HP, but I'm not entirely sure it will. Oh, almost an OHKO. That works. Perish Song? That just means we need to win this battle within 3 turns. And if we don't, we need to at least have a Pokemon on the field within 3 turns, when they will self-destruct for us. Now a Flamethrower. No, Stomp on Altaria and a Surf from Vivian will be enough to take Altaria down and start racking up damage on the Donphan. It would be a waste of a turn for Vivian to just use another Aurora Beam on the Altaria. Not quite enough to OHKO the Donphan. This might bring Fen down, though. Fen goes down. Won't do much to Vivian. That did way more than to Vivian than I expected it to. But we can finish it off this turn and move on to the next. Donphan goes down, and we can move on to the next battle. 55. Papa. I'll get Papa to give me a tougher Pokemon. Or you could train the Pokemon you have up. I've written a research paper in Pokemon battles. Would you care to read it? Not really. Cradily and Armaldo. So it looks like we're going to want to use a Flamethrower on Cradily and Surf on both of them. Hopefully we can get that Cradily out of the off the field before it causes a problem for either Fen or Vivian. I don't think we are going to, though. It's going to take another hit from both of them to take Credilli out. But Fenn's likely going down before that. Amnesia. Okay, that works. Special defense raised sharply. Okay, that doesn't work all that well for us. We're going to have to go for a fire blast to just brute force taking it down. The 85 accuracy didn't hit. And now we can't actually hurt it, because it has double special defense. Fenn's going down, which is going to make this battle a lot more difficult. Makihita to tank one hit from the Credilli. It didn't faint, which lets it tank us another hit. Vital throw on Credilli, but it's not going to land it. And Surf should take out Armaldo and do just a little bit more chip damage to Credilli. It's going to take another 3 to finish off Credilli with that. But this buys us a turn. Heracross. Please say that isn't on Vivian. Okay, good. Okay, we can work with this. We can work with this. Time for us to send out our Heracross, which is significantly weaker than theirs by like 8 levels? 10 levels? Oh no. Brick Break should finish off Credilli, and Surf to rack up damage on Heracross. With luck, their Heracross doesn't take out our Heracross before our Heracross can take out their Credilli. We got a crit. The biggest problem on their team is now down. Another crit. Ninetales. Surf can finish that off pretty easily. Critical hit on the Megahorn. No, no, no. Okay, we are not in good shape. Time for a Hyper Potion. That will restore Vivian high enough that a crit isn't going to just take her out. And we can Surf to finish off the Ninetales. It takes out our Heracross, though. 1 HP. Good job, Heracross. The Surf will finish off Ninetales. No? Oh, that Ninetales is bulky. Megahorn, please be on... not Vivian. Okay. A Brick Break on Heracross and a Surf. We're not going to get that Brick Break off, but that Surf should be enough to finish off Ninetales. Let's go with Flappy. That way we don't lose Skip Bloom right away. Ninetales goes down. Ninetales is bulky, but that one was just really hard to KO. Reversal. There goes Flaffy. If it had used Megahorn on Vivian in that crit, that would have been game right there. Actually, wouldn't have quite been game, but our chances of winning would have been very low. In that case, we would have had to Sleep Powder with Skiploom and hope we got that off. But now we should be able to finish it off in this turn. There we go. I'd love to read research papers by you. Not really going to write out any research papers. I'll add my battle with you to my research paper. You can look forward to the completion of my research paper. You were trying to get me to read an incomplete research paper? That seems like a waste of time. The area leader, Tropius and Ludicolo. They're up to 60. We're at 56 and 55. Flamethrower, Fire Blast on Tropius. Aurora Beam on Tropius too. Not quite enough to KO. The level difference is becoming a problem. The Ludicolo is going to do a lot of damage to Fen. I'm hoping it does an Oko at least. Vileplume. Rain Dance. Okay, that's actually good. Now, Fen is going to faint if it stays in here. So, Makuhita instead of Fen. And let's go with the Aurora Beam on Vileplume. Start chipping away at its health with the super effective hit. 2 more to take it out. Hydro Pump right where Fen was. Makuhita goes down. I think we have one more attack this turn. So I'll send out Skiploom to take it. Sunny Day. That works. And that gets rid of the rain. Sleep Powder on Ludicolo. And let's keep piling up damage on the Vileplume. Ludicolo's damage output is no longer an immediate concern. Vileplume will go down next turn. Oh no. Don't be on Vivian. That was a lot of damage. Okay. We can start chipping down Ludicolo, and Aurora Beam will finish off Vileplume. Oh, well, it wouldn't have finished off even if we had an Intertyper mode. It would have just done barely any chip damage. $56 on, or is that 56 or 58? I can't read it. 58 on Vivian. I think. That could be 56. We're going to have to go for the Shadow Rush on Ludicolo. And also a Aurora Beam on Ludicolo. Solar Beam again? Oh no. Vivian's out. Fen. I don't think the Ludicolo would have attacked where Fen is. Critical hit because of Hyper Mode, but that still did nothing. Woke up. Rain Dance. We outspeed and we need to take advantage of that fact. Call. Skiploom's not going to do anything here anyway. Flamethrower on Bellossom should one-shot. We need to get this Bellossom off the field. Fen is going down here. We may have lost. Vivian and Fen are our only Pokemon that can actually handle this. And they're both out. Flaffy. I don't expect much from Flaffy, but it's someone on the field. I don't know if their weather strategies are good or bad, to be honest. Let's go for status. Attack Flaffy, please. Okay, good. And I think we have a Rain Dance coming. Except we don't have a Rain Dance coming because Ludicolo is down. Next up, try and put Bellossom to sleep. And Brick Break on Bellossom. I want it off the field. Attack missed. Solar Beam. That is going to be our status effect. No? Heracross? Okay, that works. Oh, that was way too fast of a wake up. And it's raining again. We can work with this. We're fine. Because we can put Ludicolo to sleep now, because Skiploom outspeeds as long as that lands, and Brick Break will be enough to take out Bellossom. Surf? Wait, since when does Ludicolo outspeed in this match? Skiploom just hangs in there, barely. Brick Break? What is this, a four-way speed tie? These Pokemon are not attacking in the same order. Now, we desperately need this Sleep Powder to land. Good. If this Ludicolo wakes up now, we have lost. But items, Hyper Potion, Heracross. Keep Heracross in. Brick Break will be super effective on Shiftry. Extra Sensory, that's super effective on Heracross. Use down Skiploom, we're safe. Next turn, Heracross is probably out, though. It all comes down to this turn. We need to hit Shiftry before Shiftry takes us out in one hit. And we need Ludicolo to remain asleep. We need to survive this. We survived it. Now, whether or not we can pull a comeback is entirely up to Ludicolo remaining asleep. Okay, good. We're going to be using a lot of items here, though. Hyper Potion. Still asleep, good. The rain stopped. When it wakes up, it's going to use a turn to set up a rain dance. Brick Break. Still asleep, good. Sleep hacks. One, maybe two more because of the rain dish. I think this should finish it off. Come on. Not quite. Hydro. No, not worth it. Well, we aren't going to be beating Mount Battle today. And I just clicked. I did it again. No. Going to do something different. As it stands, these 3 shadow Pokemon are already almost purified on their own. I don't need to worry about them. Weakest. New challenge is correct this time. If we can't handle Mount Battle today, I'll just purify Pokemon. That was just a really disheartening loss. I would have won if I just got slightly better RNG on my moves, on my damage. Slightly better rolls. Okay, so I'm going to use this as a chance to test something out. When Pokemon get switched in, their shadow bars lower, I have seen. Like this. It went down. Remoraid started. Is its shadow gauge going to fall again? It didn't. Shadow gauges only fall 1 time per battle per Pokemon. Using this strategy, I should be able to purify Pokemon a lot faster, though. Make sure all Pokemon get 1 turn in a battle, and that the battle is in the first layer of Mount Battle. That way, we can just breeze through it and purify them easily. My hat's off to you, but the road ahead is long and arduous. Put all your effort into it. I'm still a bit disappointed over how that one battle ended. Not much strategy needs to go into these battles since we're not actually battling, but instead just making use of these trainers to purify our Pokemon. Also, I think I've gotten a slightly better idea of how the purification gauges work. It doesn't go off of how high leveled the Pokemon is. It might go a bit off of it whether or not it's a legendary. But the main deciding factor seems to be how early into the game you got the Pokemon. Because the ones we got, like, first, they are purifying far faster than the ones we got soon after, even. So once we get all Pokemon switched in for one turn, we can finish them off and call the battle. It's a little time consuming, but it's not really a problem. At least not this low on Mount Battle. Easy KOs. I know we get battle coupons for this, but have we been getting any money from these Mount Battle battles? I don't think we have, but I'm also not sure where to check our money. $21,000? I don't think we have been. We would have built up more money than that by now. This is just a time-consuming process rather than actually battling. I preferred the actual battles more, but I just needed to take a break after that loss. I'm thinking that at least for Yanma, not Yanma, what's it? Slugma and Furret, we might get them purified by the end of this area. Probably not, but there's a chance. I'm going to change the Pokemon order just to expedite that. Actually, no, I'm not. These are the Pokemon that should be the hardest to purify in the party. So having them be the ones entering Hyper Mode and that we get to call will speed them up and make the purification process a little bit more even overall. I did not mean to Shadow Rush ourselves. Actually, that could be another strategy. I don't think I like it though. Shadow Rushing, or probably Vivian, with a low-level Shadow Pokemon, and just so it enters Hyper Mode repeatedly. Ooh, this is good. More hyper modes, faster purification. More hyper modes is the best. How randomly we go into hyper mode, I don't understand the odds of it. Because we get things like this happening, and then we have droughts of absolutely no hyper modes for a long time. I'm not going to complain about this, though. Maybe having one Pokemon be in Hyper Mode makes the other more likely to enter it. I feel like that is a good theory, at least. I'm not sure how accurate it is. I might need to test that out. I'll test that next time we get a Pokemon that enters Hyper Mode. If that is how it works, it could actually be really convenient. It would speed up the process of purifying by a lot. It's taking a while to purify. Not any more than Yanma, actually. Shadow Rushes will take them both out. Hyper Mode. Now, time to test that theory. Let's not get ourselves out of Hyper Mode. Instead, let's use Glare, which it's not going to actually use because it's in Hyper Mode. And then let's use Shadow Rush to see if Meditite enters Hyper Mode. Hyper Mode. Now, let's see if we can use this to transfer Hyper Mode onto all the Shadow Pokemon we have in our party. Shadow Rush, so we did not enter Hyper Mode. I'll give this 3 attempts. That was attempt number 1. The Pokemons here are still extremely weak. Now, to test this idea a little bit more, we'll send out Furret, but then as the other Pokemon, we will send out Dunsparce. Now, if we use Shadow Rush, and we use Glare, Hyper Mode transferred, but that might just be entering Hyper Mode. I don't know if I can actually test to see if this theory is accurate to how it works. But there's no harm in just going along with it for a little bit as if it does. Now, let's see if Yanma enters Hyper Mode. We'll give it one more attempt before I decide that it was just a fluke. Shadow Rush was disabled. We don't have anything besides Hyper or Shadow Rush on Yanma, do we? I guess we just have to end this. Oh well, I won't keep trying to pursue this, possibility. Big guy, you don't look very strong. Look, let's just clear up this area and call it there for Mount Battle. Now Remoraid really is going down slowly, at least compared to Slugma. It's because of the difference in times we caught them, I believe. One more switch and then we will start calling. I'll actually call with one and Shadow Rush with the other. My entire reasoning behind why I thought that the whole Shadow or Hyper Mode transferring thing is just because when we get one Pokemon in Hyper Mode and we call it, we've gone back and forth between the two Pokemon on the field entering Hyper Mode quite a bit. Now call and then Shadow Rush. And Mythalek, Meditite will enter Hyper Mode again. No. Oh well. Only a few more to go. First switch. Shadow gauges drop a little. second switch. Meditite shadow gauge at least is running pretty low. Hopefully at least one of them will enter hyper mode. Ooh, that's actually good. Since it's enduring, that means we have an extra chance of hyper modes. Phew! 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 Call and Shadow Rush. Dunsparce's shadow gauge is starting to run pretty low too. Shadow Rush and Call. Hyper mode. The freeze is unfortunate. The freeze is once again unfortunate. Call and Shadow Rush. It's still frozen though. That actually might hurt. It might have hurt if they attacked the Meditite instead. Frozen and frozen. Maybe we should be targeting the Swinub. I don't want to stay frozen for too long. Crit. Frozen. Defrosted. And down goes Swinub. Try for Shadow Rushes again. Dunsparce is still frozen. Meditite can finish this up for us. Luckily that didn't drag on any longer because the freezes were pretty annoying. I'll have to redo my studies. You there, are you working at or on your bot every day? No, not really. Wooper and a Trapinch. Now let's get back to switching. Ferret and Yanma. Next up, Dunsparce and Meditate again. Both of them are getting really close to purification. Let's see if we get any hyper modes. No hyper mode from Dunsparce. No hyper mode from Meditate. Nine, one more after this. Slugma's also getting really low. For its attack falls, that doesn't really make much of a difference though. Now, before continuing on, I'm going to take Ferd out of hyper mode. No real reason to waste it. And Yanma enters it. We won't be getting any Shadow Gauge dropping on the last two this battle, I don't think. Let's just stick with these two. Unless Ferd doesn't enter hyper mode. There we go. When one of them doesn't enter hyper mode, we'll switch to the blast pair. This is why I think hyper mode transfers. Shadow gauges are emptying. Yanma does not enter hyper mode though. That also wasn't enough for a KO. Looks like our attack stats have been lowered too much. Let's switch to the last pair now. Dunsparce and Meditate. I'd like it if I could purify all 6 of these by the end of the first half of the stream, but I don't think I am going to be able to. Not enough time left. Especially for the second pair. Let's go for some shadow rushes. No hyper mode. That skull goes down. Now we'll meditate into hyper mode. It does. Shadow rush and call. Really close to purifying Meditite. No extra hyper mode for Dunsparce this time though. But how? One more. And then we'll get a measly 100 tickets, but we don't need the coupons. Even though you say, oh yeah, he's just giving the same dialogue again. Oh, I think he at least has more than 2 Pokemon. Yep, 5. That should help us a little bit when it comes to purifying. Uproar. One more switch. We might be able to get Dunsparce and Meditite ready to purify from this battle. We just need a few hyper modes. Hyper mode from Dunsparce, nice. No hyper mode from Meditite. Let's see if we can get a few more by the end of the battle. There's still 4 Pokemon left, so there's plenty of time. I think we only need about 3 or 4 more calls on each of them. Meditite does not enter hyper mode. Unfortunate. Dunsparce not taking much damage because of the level gap. Hyper mode, that's good. One last Pokemon. Hopefully the Jigglypuff doesn't put us to sleep. The status condition would be a bit annoying. And these are the last two. Hopefully we get one or two more hyper modes. No hyper mode from Meditite. This might be it. Oh, we didn't KO the Slakoth. That just keeps the battle going a little bit longer. And we can get a little bit more work done on purifying. Hyper mode. Meditite's still not entering it. This is likely going to be the last turn here. But with Meditite having lowered attack, we might be able to drag this on just a little longer. One more call should be enough to purify Dunsparce. And we got a hyper mode. Still need about 2 more calls on Meditite. I'm not going to get that this battle though. Unless we don't take out Jigglypuff in one hit. Hyper mode on Dunsparce, that will be enough to purify it. And because of the lowered attack, I don't think this will actually KO Jigglypuff. It does. Oh well. That doesn't give us a good opportunity to call Dunsparce out of hyper mode. We can just go battle a random trainer to get the last hyper mode off of Dunsparce. I think you can rebattle the Zigzagoon guy at the beginning of the game. I'm going to go give that a shot. It'd be quicker than going all the way to Pyrite. You see, I had an urge to have another Pokemon battle. Okay, perfect. I can rebattle him to get the hyper mode off. They're a bit higher level though. Shouldn't be too big of a problem. And after I purify Dunsparce, Feathers will take over with Shiny Hunting. One more switch. They're still not doing much damage to us, even if their levels are higher than the ones at Mount Battle. Now we just need to call Dunsparce out of hyper mode. And that will be ready to purify. I think my biggest complaint with this game is just how long the animations take. The battles really drag on because of it. And Sparse is ready to be purified now. No hyper mode from Metatype. Not quite enough to KO. One hyper mode from Metatype would probably be enough to get it ready to purify too. It would save us a bit of time, but if not, oh well. Zigzagoon's down. Not quite enough to KO it. I'll throw out a glare from Dunsparce just to give Metatype one more chance to enter hyper mode. No hyper mode. I'll have to get into hyper mode next time and probably purify it before I do Mount Battle next. Bringing it into Mount Battle again would just be wasting a team slot. It doesn't have enough shadow gauge to really worry about bringing it. But yeah, you're tough, real tough. You stomped us good. Wrong destination. Meant to go to Realgem. Yeah, this game just... everything in it is pretty slow. The animations take a long time, the cutscenes take a bit longer than they probably need to. Especially when you've already seen them before. Like this one. And the base walk speed could do with being a little higher. Other than that, I've really enjoyed playing this game. Dunsparce is ready to be purified. I'll set it down here just to keep it separate. Metatype is almost ready to be purified. And I'll throw the other 4 down here. I need to grab Fen first. And with that, I will hand the stream back over to Feathers.
Hello. Going to be doing the shiny Miltank hunting now. get the shiny counter turned on. At the rate that we're aiming for, or as far as the encounters per stream, if we continue with the goal of 40 encounters per stream, if I add 1 day of me trying to get 40 encounters in addition to the 3 times we stream a week, we will be on track for getting or hitting odds within 1 year. Which means this shiny hunt's going to take a very long time. Me adding on time spent shiny hunting off stream, I feel, is the only way we're going to be able to get this shiny within a almost reasonable time. Miltank's up first, luckily. There it is. That is not a shiny. That's a little weird. Oh, there it goes. Shiny counter wasn't working for a second there. No, game disk could not be read errors while doing the soft reset. That saves a bit of time. They haven't really had any of those errors this entire stream. I'll take the good luck where I can get it, since I'm probably not going to be getting it on the shiny. Now, will we get another Miltank up front? We do. One thing that would suck is if we got the, if we got Shiny Miltank to show up on the field, but it was on their side instead of ours. Since it, or the shininess in this game is determined by the trainer ID. Because then we would have hit the shiny, but we wouldn't get to keep it. I really hope that doesn't end up happening. Not a shiny. There it is. Well, can't go without game disc cannot be read errors all stream. I'll take the game disc cannot be read errors where I get them as long as I don't get the memory card errors, because that one scares me a bit. It doesn't take as long to fix, but every time it says the game or the game data has been corrupted, even when it hasn't, I really don't like seeing that error message. Third encounter. Zangoose up front this time. That's a little bit better RNG-wise than getting Porygon 2 up first, because we don't have to sit through its download. Or trace, or whatever ability it has that takes up time. Not shiny. As far as team comp goes, after we get the shiny and can move on to continuing with the ribbon challenge with it, I feel like instead of going with a Snorlax on the team, the Skarmory that we caught from Gonzap could also work pretty well. But that depends entirely on what nature it rolled. And we can't even see that until we get it purified slightly. Skarmory has always been a pretty good competitive Pokemon. The only problem with it really is it's another tank, and on the team that we have kind of planned out, we already have a decent number of tanky Pokemon on it. Is Miltank up front? No. Unfortunate RNG. Doesn't cost us too long, though. Fluff was thinking about it earlier, but I really do have to agree that it's pretty funny that this giant tournament or scene that Cypher set up to attract everyone to watch powerful Pokemon battles. And the levels are quite a fair bit lower than Mount Battle. Mount Battle being the end game location for post-game play, but still. Just building a Coliseum up at the top of Mount Battle would probably draw more Pokemon or more spectators than this Shadow Battle or Coliseum Arena thing. It makes perfect sense gameplay-wise, but not as much sense lore-wise. I personally don't understand why Cypher just randomly, oh yeah, we need money. We built this entire entire arena to draw on people to get money. Just that plot point in specific just kind of seemed to come out of nowhere. For the rest of the game, they wanted power. They wanted to rule over the region, basically. They wanted to get as strong of Pokemon as they can. But then just a random 180. Yeah, we'll do a giant tournament for for money to draw on people to watch our battles. Our pace for encounters is good so far. Probably better than our pace the last couple streams. We should actually be able to hit our goal of 40 encounters this stream. Which we unfortunately didn't hit in the past too. The first one because I hadn't set that goal yet, and the second one because we just didn't really have enough time. And I wanted to check out that used copy of Pokemon Emerald I got. Did not mean to use that. Oh well. Wasted a bit of time. Not a major problem, though. Here's the Miltank. Fenn's running a bit low on health, but we're not actually going to be in the battle long enough for that to matter. We can just soft reset as soon as this isn't a shiny. Not a shiny. this cutscene and the dialogues. Skipping them would be really nice. I'd say it takes up about probably a third to a half of the time that it takes to go through an attempt. Probably about a third. With the other thirds being the restarting of the game itself and the catching of the Miltank. Actually, I'd say the catching of the Miltank only takes up about a third of the time when the Miltank's not up front, which it luckily usually is. Not a shiny. If nothing else, I'm getting a bit faster at... Okay, stream is back up. Or my internet went down and I have no clue why. Nope, that's unfortunate. Looks like the stream bitrate has stabilized. I'm assuming that was just some local internet problem, rather than problem with my internet specifically. We have fiber optics and wired Ethernet connections, so there was nothing wrong with the source router. Shouldn't have been anything that I can think of that would have caused that. Yeah. Well, back to Miltank huntings. Don't have to fight through a Zangoose to get to it this time. That's nice. That's another weird point where RNG comes into play, but I don't really understand why. Whenever we catch the Miltank, it seems to be about a 50-50% chance whether we send out the Miltank first or they send out their next Pokemon. Only a little over a month until the Diamond and Pearl remakes come out, which should be pretty cool. And then only about a little under a week until Sora comes to Smash. A lot of good release dates coming up quick. As far as us being able to stream Smash, I have one last idea that could potentially work to solve the connection errors we kept getting. But I'm unsure if it's going to work yet. And if it doesn't work, then no more ideas on how to fix it. We're not going to try it, like, immediately, but we'll get it tested before, probably before Sora releases. That way, when Sora does release, we can do a Smash stream or two. That's no shiny. There we go. We're a few minutes behind schedule for hitting the 40. But if I stay on top of it, it shouldn't be impossible. And if we need to take a little bit longer on the stream to hit it, that shouldn't be too bad. I really have to wonder what that line on the main character's face is. I'm pretty sure it's just like a cosmetical item, but I don't really understand what the point of just wearing like a line of tape across your face is. Not a shiny. And with that, quarter way through our encounters for the day. The way that the game disc errors, and then you can just fix it by opening and closing the GameCube, is also a pretty weird way to fix an error. If it's such an easy error to fix, I wonder why just it can't fix it on its own. It actively needs to be opened and closed in order to get it to start reading again. Team Snag'em really didn't have all that big of a role in this game. Despite being like a major part of its lore. Up to this point, there were only 2 Team Snag'em battles. One at the very beginning and the other right before this. There we go. That's not a shiny. Adding the sprite that I did right next to the encounter counter actually makes me a lot more confident with being able to reset the game, because being able to cross-reference it really quickly just helps me to make or not feel like I am going to accidentally soft reset once it is a shiny. Oh, that would feel bad. I think while I'm going through the shiny hunting, I'm going to check a list of the Pokemon that were viable competitively in Gen 3. Tyranitar's at the top of this list. It makes sense since it is a pseudo-legend and a really good one at that. I wouldn't expect it to be in a tier of its own, though. I don't think that this is a official tier list I'm looking at, but it helps to get an idea of what the Pokemon that are viable is, just to... Oh wait, I attacked the wrong one. Just to get a better idea of what we can put together in a team comp that will work. Underneath Tyranitar, there's Zapdos and Metagross. Zapdos, I believe, has always been a pretty good tiered tank. That being said, we already have enough tanks. Metagross, also a pseudo-legendary. Pretty good one. Lot of coverage it gets, and really high power and defense. I like Metagross personally, but I don't think I want to put one together for this team. I mean, it would be possible, actually, and not a bad decision. Zapdos and Tyranitar, I think, are also fairly possible to just grab. They're pseudo-legends and legends, so you can't really go wrong with having them. I tend to personally go for a lot less meta Pokemon when playing. I tend to pull a lot from, like, NU and UU. Skarmory is A-tiered on this list, which makes sense. Skarmory is Skarmory. It's a good choice. Along with Gengar, Swampert, Jirachi, Celebi, Blissey, Salamence. Yeah, all of those are just historically competitively good, viable Pokemon. B tier Suicune, which Pokemon I like. What? Are we missing a person? Oh, she's way down there. Huh. Anyway, back to the list. Dugtrio and Aerodactyl. Snorlax, that's a good one. Starmie, Fortress, Claydol. C-Rank, Breloom. I knew a lot of these Pokemon. I didn't know that Heracross and Moltres were considered, C-Rank. I mean, that C-Rank's still pretty good compared to what a lot of... Or, this is a very short list, after all. So, even it being on the list means it has some viability. Flygon, Magneton, Hariyama, Cloyster, Jolteon, Gyarados. I thought Jolteon was historically considered better back in the old gens. Charizard, Vaporeon, Porygon 2, Venusaur, Medicham, Jinx. I can see where it's starting to fall off. Kingdra, Smeargle, Raikou, Weezing, Regice, Steelix. Machamp, Donphan, Marowak, Blaziken, Ludicolo, Houndoom, Umbreon. It's starting to get really low on the list. Scizor, Dragonite, Registeel, Camerupt, Lantern, Golduck, Armaldo, Ninjask. I find it interesting how most of the Pokemon on this list, that, you know, aren't like the super rare Pokemon, like Metagross and stuff. Even the Metagross, I guess, because there have been Metangs. All of these Pokemon are extremely prominent in Colosseum. There's still, of course, some very non-viable Pokemon like Dunsparce that are commonly seen here, but a lot of the Pokemon from this viability chart are just common encounters in Colosseum. F rank, Regirock, Jumplift, Dusclops, Exeggutor, Alakazam, Sceptile, Rhydon, Mantine, Solrock, Slacking, Gardevoir, Articuno, Miltank. Miltank, very bottom of this viability chart. But I'm going to make it viable. Miltanks are good Pokemon. You just have to use them, right? Not shiny. What? Okay, yep, that's the longest, error to fix, because that requires just resetting the console. Looking at this list does give me some good ideas, though. I think that Gen 3 was before they added Focus Sash, which is rather unfortunate. Okay. Let me turn off the console, remove the memory card, reinsert it, and try again. Honestly, 30 encounters per stream is looking more likely than 40. Unfortunate, but there's only so much we can do. Yeah, Focus Sash wasn't added until after Gen 3. Even if I hunt one day off stream a week, if we cut it down to 30 encounters per stream rather than 40, we're not going to be on track for hitting odds within a year. That's just how long this hunt takes. Yeah, I don't think that tier list was necessarily the best tier list. It didn't have Wobbuffet anywhere on it, and Wobbuffet is considered an Uber. Wobbuffet wouldn't be a bad choice to throw on a team. It's pretty powerful, not just in the generation, but overall because of its counter and mirror coat. Milotic would also be a fun one to grab. Only problem with Milotic is the difficulty. A lot of Pokemon that just aren't usable. So many cool ones too that just can't be used all that well. And the game changed up a lot in Gen 4 with extra items and extra evolutions on a lot of Pokemon. And then it changed up even more in Gen 5 when Pokemon began to get access to hidden abilities. Flame Orb unfortunately wasn't added at this point in time. Which would have been nice, because there are some good Pokemon that could take advantage of it. Especially with how lackluster most of the abilities were. With this, we will be halfway to 30 encounters, but behind schedule for going for 40. I mean, I guess we're not all that behind schedule. We'll get to what we get to. A goal of 30 or 40 might be nice to have, but doesn't mean that we'll always hit it or that we always need to hit it. Hmm. Going with 40 encounters a day, we would end up with about a 0.5% chance to encounter one, I think, each stream. And 0.5% isn't all that good. But looking at it that way just makes it look a little bit better than 1 in 8,192. For some reason, I feel like at one point I read somewhere that the chances for shinies in this game were worse than that. I'm pretty sure 8,192 is correct, since that's what most things say. I just kind of wonder where I heard that it was worse odds than that. Not a shiny. Oh. There it goes. Huh. Something I found says that the Pokemon, or the Shadow Pokemon, cannot be shiny on the enemy's side. Which is actually really nice, because that means that we won't have to see a shiny Pokemon that we don't get to keep. Most of the time we get that error just loading into the game, not once we're actually in it. Zangoose goes out first. Not a shiny. Next encounter. There's the normal spot we get that error. Miltank's up first. Makes this a bit smoother. Not a shiny. Something else I found says that the enemies can have the shiny Pokemon but only during rematch battles. There's a lot of controversy around a lot of shiny hunting things in this game, where it's just not all clear cut, which is kind of weird. I know that shinies weren't even supposed to be in this game, but the lack of understanding, unfortunately, also makes sense considering how hard shinies are to even hunt in this game to begin with. Oh no, not Sunny Day. Oh, that was a mistake. Oh, that slash didn't do much. Was it critting earlier when it was hitting so hard? I think it had to have been, considering how little that did. Miltank's up now. Not a shiny. I think we are on track for 40. Miltank's up first. Mount Battle being accessible from pretty early on in this game is really nice, but it also kind of breaks the balancing. Because as soon as you unlock it, you could just grind there pretty easily and get really high leveled. I guess you could do that in any Pokemon game, though. But it's easier with Mount Battle because the Pokemon levels increase as you continue, so it's just like a perfect training ground for breaking the game's balance. It's nice, though, because while it is a training ground that breaks the game's balance, it's a training ground that breaks the game's balance without it having Entei at this level where we can just easily KO a Pokemon one hit and tank any incoming hits. That would be really hard to get without Mount Battle. Zangoose and Miltank. Miltank's up first. We're making good progress. Slow, but good progress nonetheless. We're nearing a 100th for mods, which isn't much, but it's still something tangible. The structure of this building does not seem safe at all. The shape of it just doesn't work with the height. Its size is probably the only thing that stops it from just falling over. But even then, having Pokemon battles on top of such a not stable looking building doesn't seem like the best idea. It feels like the battles themselves would be enough to just destroy the building, knock it over. Is it shiny? Of course not. It is also kind of nice that Mount Battle is accessible from a lot earlier in the game than makes sense as a design standpoint, because it does give us extra stuff to do so that just the tediousness of the shiny hunt doesn't get too bad. There's other things we can do in this game that breaks up the tedium, the monotony. No, Miltank up first this time. Now, I need to be sure not to use Sunny Day, because that has been taking up a lot of extra time. Flamethrower. Here it is. Ready to soft reset. We sent it out first this time. Not a shiny. Porygon 2, Miltank. Miltank's up first. Here goes the Master Ball. Not a shiny. '75th attempt. You know, with how long it takes to reset this game, there's probably a good reason why people don't usually shiny hunt in it. But the harder the shiny hunt, the more rewarding the shiny. It also feels pretty good to get a shiny, like, right away, but that just coolness of getting, like, a shiny in sub 100, it's cool for a little bit, but the harder shinies are the more memorable ones. At least I think they are. Zangoose and Porygon, so going to have to KO Zangoose first. Now to catch the Miltank. Master Ball. Something else I've noticed about my shiny hunts in particular is I tend to not get a shiny up until I forget that I'm shiny hunting, and more so just going through the actions of the next encounter without actually thinking about the shiny. Until I get to that point, I usually don't get any shinies. I just thought of something that would possibly look kind of cool. Like, 10, 15 encounters ago, Ruri got stuck on the door instead of following us. What would happen if she was, got stuck, then got unstuck, and was just a bit further behind us when we went into the elevator? Would she just, like, walk through the glass door? Going to have to KO Zangoose again. Ready to reset. Yeah, at this rate we're going to have to extend the stream 10-15 minutes to hit the 40 encounters mark. Not too bad. Also, the way that she kind of stands blocking you, so you have to push her aside, bit annoying. Can I get her stuck, though? So that's how she got stuck in the door. Oh, she runs faster to catch up. I probably shouldn't be screwing around wasting time like this, but I'm just interested. Oh wait, no, I got her caught on this, didn't I? I don't think it's possible. Actually, huh. Is she just stuck down there? No, not possible. We don't get to see her walk through a door. Even if not possible there, there's probably some place in the game where you can get her stuck and then, no, because the collision stays the same. She'd probably just walk into the door, not through it. I think it would be a cool idea, but I don't think it would actually work. Miltank's up first. That saves a bit of time. As rewarding as it might feel to catch a Pokemon after a long hunt, I can't help but just want it to be a quick one, though. This is one of the hardest hunts there is when it comes to Pokemon as a whole, but that also just makes me want it to end that much faster. It might be possible to get her stuck and then get that to work, but just the effort isn't worth it. It would be a cool little interaction, but that's about it. Is Miltank up first? Zangoose, Miltank, good. Now, do we send Miltank up first? Yep. Not a shiny. It would be nice if we had something else that we could just do while shiny hunting. We only have one capture card though, and one GameCube set up. If not, starting a run of Pokemon Emerald would be pretty interesting, I think. But we don't have the requirements for multi-streaming, or streaming multiple games at once. But at that point, we could, rather than streaming Emerald at the same time, stream 2 Colosseums. Not happening though, because capture cards and stuff, and extra game cubes, they cost a good amount of money. It's amazing how old gaming stuff, the prices on it have just risen over time by such a drastic amount. I think I saw a while back that just the bottom part of the GameCube that you can hook onto it, and the disc that allows you to use that to play Game Boy games, I think someone was selling one of those for like $200. I'm really glad I still have a lot of gaming stuff from my childhood, because it's not feasible to just buy old gaming things anymore. The prices have just risen so much as they have become collector's items. '80th. Zangoose Miltank. Miltank's up first. '80th Miltank. And 80th normal Miltank. Yep. 10 more to go for this stream. Each encounter may be a drop in the ocean, but with enough drops, you have a rainstorm, which can fill a lake. A lake's no ocean, but you put enough lakes together and you might come up with one specific drop out of the ocean. Probably not, but I don't even know where I'm going with this analogy. I don't even know what this analogy is anymore. I just need a green drop. No, Miltank up first, have to fight our way to it. There's the Miltank. Not shiny. Am I not going to need to reset it this time? The one time I stay standing up just so I can reset it. I don't need to. I should stand up more often then. Come on, give me the Miltank. Give me the Miltank. That looks like a shiny Miltank to me. Give me the shiny Miltank. That's a shiny Miltank. I choose to believe. I choose to believe despite the disappointment I will get. Give me a shiny Miltank. Shiny Miltank. Here it is. Here it is. See? Perfectly shiny. Except, you know, not. That does make 1% of the way to odds, though. 1% of the way to hitting odds. This may take a long time, but when we're done with this, we will have one prized cow. One cow that has won every contest. A cow that will always win at the fair. A cow very few people or have actually bothered to get. Why do I even bother sitting down when I know it's about to do this? I wonder, actually, what would happen if I preemptively opened and closed the GameCube? Would that prevent that from happening? I thought for a second it was going to happen a third time in a row. Cows up first. Give me a shiny cow. A shiny prized fair cow. A cow for me to enter in every contest, get every ribbon, and just decorate. And make viable. On the black screen for a while. Open, close. I don't think the preemptive opening and closing idea works. Or at least not well enough to bother with. '85th Miltank. But it's hiding behind a bird and a mongoose. There's the Miltank. Freeze, but it doesn't matter. '85th Miltank. Five to go. Next cow. I want a green cow. That turns into a blue cow after it leaves this game. Miltank up first. Zangoose, then the Miltank. Now, if we were to get an early Miltank shiny, it would be on this one. Lucky number 87. If not here, he probably won't get it for another few thousand, at least. This will be it. This will be the one. This is the Miltank. Lucky number 87. Or not. Well, we're not getting it for another few thousand then. Three more to go for tonight. Is the Miltank up first? Yes, it is. Two to go for tonight. Not bad. We're only going like 10 minutes past 4. An extra 10 minutes isn't bad at all. Now Miltank up first. Oh, what am I trying to do? Catch a Zangoose or something? '89th Miltank. And one more Miltank for the night. last Miltank, then end of stream. Now, do I have to fight to get to the last Miltank, or will it be right up in front, easy to get? Going to have to fight for it. Why am I trying to throw a Pokeball? Why did I use Sunny Day? What am I even doing? Slash doesn't hit all that hard when it's not a crit. Here's the last Miltank. Ooh, crit. Here we go. 90th cow, 40th of the day. That's a lot of cows, but nowhere near as many as we're going to get to. Well, we're going to leave this stream off there for the night. Thanks for joining us, and see y'all next time. Probably going to do a bit of shiny hunting off stream, just so we don't spend more than